Hello. 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 Shall we get started? Oh, slowly. Let's give people some time to trickle in. I know I need to shave. So, why is this so dark? Give me a second. That's better. Thank you, Ziri. Um, pre-roller done, but basically that's not what I want. Cause as promised, see the new overlay, and so blah. But I need this warm up blah, you know that, and not a lot of you are here anyway so far, so I'm just gonna use the time to let you trickle in, and I have a week off, a whole week of vacation. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in this room, so I thought I might use it for something useful. And what's better than coding some Rust? What is better than coding some Rust? I mean, I'm waiting. No? Okay. So I'll spend a few days coding some Rust. More intense, more than the usual 2 hours. And then I wanted to start yesterday evening, set everything up, do an intro stream, and just wanted to do a quick update, and then updated Xcode and Rust and all my homebrew tools, and then it was like I kicked that off at like 5 p.m. And when I was done, it was 2 a.m. and thought, well, maybe not. So I got up early this morning and wanted to start the stream, and guess what? My internet was down, but Saturday morning, empty fridge, let's go to the farmer's market and buy some stuff. So I went there, did my quick round, and got hit by a snowstorm. No, literally. Yesterday it was 20 degrees Celsius, sunshine, t-shirt, shorts. Today it was 2 degrees, hailstorm, snow, soaking wet. So we start a bit late. Who cares? This is gonna be at least a week worth of work. I mean, let's see how far we go. So what the hell are we doing? So let me get out of the way, and actually let's open Xcode. And I haven't tried this, so let's build this. So oh, I did a build before the stream, just 6 minutes, 10 seconds. So, what is Fiiish? Fiiish is my little game that I did for a game jam over a weekend, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, and then used that as my test bed to test stuff in a real game scenario that's really out there. Fiiish is in the App Store. There used to be an Android version that doesn't exist anymore, but there's an iOS version that runs on everything from iPhones to iPads to Apple TVs to macOS, and we have OpenGLES renderers and OpenGL renderers and Metal renderers and Vulkan renderers, and there used to be a DirectX renderer, and there used to be a hardcore manual rasterizing renderer. So this is a nice test bed. So let me start the game as is right now. This is the macOS version, and basically, I mean, I think the topic for the game jam was I probably turned. Oh, let's click here, hit the pause, go here, and turn off the music for the moment. So you see this is build 2122 version 2.4 using the metal renderer. All the code in this project was done by me, so I know it inside out, all the tools, converters, base library stuff, platform abstraction, store integration, build, packaging, the whole bloody thing was built from scratch, and there's no engine behind it. Well, there's no commercially available engine behind it. There's a framework that well, I wrote version 1 of Fiiish and then extracted the framework and then wrote version 2 of Fiiish based on the framework, and then developed the framework and Fiiish to be exact, with 3i in parallel. And what is Fiiish? I mean, basically it's a one-button game. And this was long before Flappy Bird, but now that everybody knows Flappy Bird, I guess I don't have to explain stuff. So So you just hold the screen, the fish goes down. Touch the screen or click the mouse, the fish goes down. You let go, fish goes up. You can collect coins along the way, and obviously, if you hit any of the bubbles, actually, the bubbles were a quick hack to make the screen look less empty. You have the nice color thingy going on the background, which was mostly a test for custom shaders with custom input. Um, Levels are created in Tilelet, and you can see there are different coin types, so you can collect the coins. There once was a shop implemented to buy upgrades and extra lives and stuff, but that never got released, so it's very tranquil. And the metal renderer still has off by 1 and the textures I just see. So it has a bit of everything. It has input, um, it has music, which I just turned off. It has sound effects. It has physics. And obviously, if you hit something, well, you die and you get a statistic screen. That needs some serious love, but people play this game. I mean, I think there is an internal scoreboard which hasn't been released, but the record is somewhere around 50 kilometers. So somebody was sitting there for 50 kilometers going up and down and up and down, so must be something right. So we have a basic UI system with multiple layers, and this is UI 2, and you see the crossfade between the buttons, and we have the menu here, and there was supposed to be more buttons, and you can turn on music and turn it off, and can turn on sound and turn it off. And there's actually iOS controller support, so you can play with your joypad, and then the pause button in the menu works with the joypad too. So it's a nice test bed for everything. The only thing that I didn't write from scratch is the collision detection, and maybe if I quit this, and as you can see, there's like gazillions of versions. So Fiiish for iOS devices, a screenshot version, a leak checker, debug with screenshot script, automated UI tests to take all the screenshots for the stores. There's a tvOS version, there's a macOS version, and a macOS Metal version. So there's a macOS version that's always Metal, and then there's a tvOS Metal version and a iOS Metal version, and these are the OpenGL versions. So there is plenty of stuff to test. What I want to check is if this is a debug build, actually. This number sounds too low, and there's still some simple code issues, which, yeah. But we're not going too deep inside of this. So what we want in the end is and I can start the game, and let's see if this is a debug version. Yeah, so this is the debug version, which has some, okay, it has a die now button, but the more interesting part is probably the debug menu. So that's the UI system. Maybe white on yellow wasn't so smart, but you can align text, you can animate text, you can basically, I'm not sure what this button does. You can advance a zone, so you jump forward through the zones, which might lead to a bit of to get further in the game. And you have this, which is not hooked up currently. Yeah. So you have a lot of stuff, and all of this, interestingly, if we look into the folder structure here for Fiiish, and I haven't touched this since, I think the last stream on this was last year in June. So there's a lot of structure. So ORMlib is a basic library for platform abstraction and stuff, and then graphics is a renderer, and the renderer then has Metal and OpenGL in the newest iteration, because I didn't cross-port the other ones yet. Sorry. So there's a lot there, but what I wanted to show you is, and I probably could spend a day doing this, but where is the data? Yeah, there's this data directory, and basically this is the game. This single file here. Well, no, this is all the data for the game. So these 27 megabyte is a sound, so sound effects and music. It's all the textures, all the animations, all the level layouts, all the UI, all the fonts is all compressed in that one file. And so one of the goals, not the day one goals, the mid game goal, mid game, yeah, mid-term goals is to be able to load this OMA file in Rust. So we can basically interchange the data files between the two. Obviously, there's some tooling around this. There is some tooling around this. So if I go to the Fiiish folder, there's this whole, and please forgive my chaos here. So there's a whole lot of tools, and we rewrote that used to be Ruby and shell scripts and Ruby and Swift. And we wrote most of them in Rust, actually. And if you remember, we had this, so there's this pack all script. If I just open this here, that calls all the other scripts. And maybe I should have opened the folder in Sublime, and there's the pack script, which creates the pack file, which basically, well, which used to call matpack, but oh, this is not going well. Let's see. So, and then we have assets. This is basically store and stuff. We have data, which is the output of all the converters, which is basically everything is data and is then packed into that OMAR file, which is Omnimat archive. And it has a lot of shapes and texture atlases in it. And actually, if I open this, so for example, here's the atlas for the seaweed animation. It's not vertex based, it's just frame based, old school, very old school. Or I have for example, I have the GUI atlas here. Oh, yeah, it would have been nice. So this is the whole game UI. So everything is in data after the conversion. So let's close data. Before it's converted, it's content. And this is basically where the artists work. So we have individual buttons, maybe even source files in some cases. We have the loading screen. We have icons. We have the fonts that we're using. We have the fish. We have the background. The background is pretty interesting, but we will go there when we go into specialized shaders and stuff. We have some debug textures. We have decorations, which is like the bubbles, the jellyfish that you didn't see in the demo. This is the heart of it all. This is the config, and so this defines the whole game. So in theory, you could replace this game and make it a space rocket fly. So this is basically the name of the game, what the save file is called, what the coin object is. This is the player. The player has a move and a death animation. So this is the animation, and then it has so the fish swim. This is the name of it. It has 26 frames, well, 27 frames, and it has a collision shape. So that's very, very old. That's probably gonna go away. So I'm 10 minutes into a 1 week stream and lose my voice. Thank you. So here are all the shapes, and that's basically XML. That's basically XML for the shapes. For example, for the obstacles, for the rocks. I have a PNG, so rock a PNG, which is just, not sure if you can see this, but it's just the rock. And then we have a matching XML file, which is has basically at one point initially been created with physics editor. In the end, we didn't use that. So it's basically anchor point, some data, but the important part is these polygons. And these polygons then get converted by the converter into shape files. So that these XML files, these here get converted into shape files, which then are loaded by the physics engine. These are the zones, and a zone is basically a TMX file, so tilet. In tilet, you just drag the rocks everywhere you want, press save, and you have a zone. And you have some balancing variables here, and I'm leaning towards rewriting all of this in TOML or YAML. Let's see, probably YAML, because Cheval works so nicely with YAML. So this is a config file. What else? I mean, Atlas merges textures into one bigger texture, so we can use one render draw call. Fonts does the same for fonts. Let's actually. So fonts is interesting if I look into data, because basically, where's a font? So fonts are two files. One is the texture. So it's just a signed distance field. And I don't know if we even use this font. It's just in there because we bought and tested various fonts. So, and the font optimizer actually, let's use pink. I think pink is actually one we use in the game. So this is actually used in game, and then this file basically does a matching of, okay, I want to print an M, where's the M in the font, where's the N, which glyphs are supported. So that's font handling. Shapes I just explained. Shaders. Shaders is a bit tricky because we pre-compile pre-convert shaders. Sound should be obvious. Zones is obvious. Config. Oh, and it's fully scriptable. So if I look into the content folder, I'm not sure if we use scripting in this game necessarily. So there are some scripts. For example, it's in Lua, and basically this is a screenshot script. So this is how we do all screenshots. So basically we call the initialize, disable the user touches, and then on update, it's some coroutine stuff, but basically this is the script for the take screenshots. So disable the music, wait 5 frames, wait for continue from the screenshot script. The screenshot script says yes, start now, so that the game, the UI test. Then wait for a frame, enable the don't die cheat, check if the aspect ratio is ultra wide for the iPhone 10 Pro Max something. We need a different overlay. So we enable the overlay, we request a screenshot, we remove the overlay, we touch the screen to get the game started. So basically this is auto playing the game. So scripting was super nice. You could just edit this script and then you say, hey, now I want a screenshot named like this. I'm not sure if this currently works. I haven't run this in, shall we just try? So if I run the Fiiish release screenshots build, I haven't run this in ages. Yeah, we can try. Automation is always nice for testing. Then you can have like a farm of 15 devices on your table and just run the scripts and see instantly, is a texture too small for the aspect ratio, is the scaling broken, or it beats having to play the game on 15 different devices if you can just lean back, sip your coffee, and look at the 15 devices. So let's see if this is still working. I mean, I'm not aware that I broke it, but I haven't used it in like forever. So that's definitely something I want, like automated testing. And not only smoke testing, ideally, I mean, with Fiiish it's a bit hard, but I want the tests to be able to complete the full tutorial at least of if I write a game. So they should make it to the tutorial or to the first boss, or maybe even kill the first boss, or if it's a building simulation, play the first 10 hours and then they come back the next morning and say, okay, all building. So yeah, something is broken and I'm not gonna. Oh, we still have chart boost in this build, so maybe use a different one. Fiiish tvOS release? I think that's the last one I worked on. Let's check. There's some external dependencies in there. There used to be chart boost for advertising, and there used to be pinpoint from Amazon for telemetry to see if it crashed in certain areas. But that never that has been removed a long time ago. So this week we'll start from scratch. So basically empty Rust main. Oh, I didn't even do the cargo in it yet, but let's see, and maybe we start separating into framework code and game code, but I want to do that very carefully because I'd rather have one running game than extract the reusable code than to anticipate what's reusable. So we're launching Fiiish right now, and yeah, the Apple TV at full HD probably wasn't the smartest idea. Can we? Oh, we can. It's a UI test, so it starts the game, and the scripting should be running. Needs a while to start up, so you see a lot of debug info here. And actually I have a breakpoint in here, so let's just press continue. So it's running the game, and in theory our UI test should take over after 5 seconds. Do a screenshot. Or did I hit a breakpoint again? So there are some problems, but in the end we care about. I don't need the Apple TV. So a lot of stuff in here. I was going through the content, right? So content. We have scripting support, which is nice. Did I forget anything? And yes, then we have this YAML files here, right? So for example, this GUI folder has a GUI asset config YAML, and basically that tells it how to build stuff. And I have forgotten how this works, to be honest. But basically this runs through the whole content. I'm sure there's a script somewhere that says data crop weeds. So there's a pack with Rust actually. So basically we say, hey, do this, right? Shall we just try this? Let's just try this. So I switched back to iTerm because Alacrity didn't handle tabs in a good way. So this is the folder, and now I can just run the OMT asset. Okay, export pass equals tilde dash bin colon dollar pass, and then we can run the asset build, and then it will run through all the assets, recompile them, and in the end it's done in like a few seconds, and the Ruby version took like 5 minutes. Actually, do we have an OMT packer? So this basically says pack everything in data. Well, pack everything with a base of data into this app data base OMAR, and this is the pack list. And the pack list is just a list of, if I'll look into data, and there still needs to be some magic to be done. We stopped tools there, right? So, but basically we have a, where is the pack list? Can we just, so this just packs everything into the archive, and actually it's data pack list. So data pack list here, it's just a list of context. It takes all of these files and creates this this file here. So that creates that 27 megabyte file, and if I use a hex dump -c on this, maybe less it. So you see it has a signature, and it's basically a binary format. And then it has some names in there and some data. And it's all nice because you have one package, and you can have multiple packages, for example, download a campaign file. So we're still in warm-up mode here. So this is all stuff we want to develop. Step 1 is maybe get a white triangle to render. Right, so right now this folder here, is mostly empty. So if I close all the stuff we just pulled in, toggle the sidebar, you see I want all of this in one GitHub repository. So I go to GitHub and Fiiish-rs, everything will be in here. But right now it's only containing the overlay. So excuse me, still recovering from that cold. So it's this overlay here, this thingy, which nicely also says, hey, I can take a quick break. So that's Cheval. That's the other thing we've been developing. So let's see where this is going. So the idea is to have multiple folders at this level. So stream is everything stream related, like the overlays, emotes, everything to do with this stream. Then we will have a website for it. So there will be probably one website folder. Then we have the game, the new game we're creating right now. And then we have assets, and the assets have one problem. So all the game code will be open source. Do whatever you want with it. I don't care. The assets haven't all been done by me, so I can't give them away. And probably since there's a game in this store, I wouldn't. So there will be a folder with the Fiiish assets, and I plan to create a second folder with dummy assets. So basically 30-second scribbles that show that it's working, but you wouldn't sell. But you have something to play with, and then you can just replace them with your own assets. So that will be actually interesting, because I want an automatic fallback. If the asset is not in the Fiiish folder, or the Fiiish folder is not there, I use the dummy asset. And that will be a challenge. But so I want to create another Fiiish RS, and this is naming. We could use multiple Git repositories and use submodules and merge them. I want this all in one. And Rust wants this, and what I do is the usual, and yes, this will be a lib. I always start with a lib. Git init, yeah, I wanted to do a cargo init. So we have an empty library package now in here. And then we do the usual touch source main.rs. And here we say bin. I never can remember the syntax, so we just steal that from one of our other projects. So we just use, okay, it's name and pass. That sounds easy. And actually, yes, let's call this Fiiish main and call this Fiiish. So there might be multiple mains, for example, test main, converter main, whatever main. So if I do cargo run now, there's no main function in fish main, right? So fn main. Right? And I have no idea. So we have running Fiiish, right? Done. I can go home, enjoy the vacation, enjoy the snowstorm outside. This was the easy part. So let's actually open Sublime Merge. Let's say file, open repository. So there's a lot of files it doesn't know. Oh, maybe we should add a Git Ignore. No, we want to add the toml file. We want to add the main. We want to add the lib, right? We want to add the stream overlay stuff. I could have done that from a command line, yes. We want to add the font. We want to add the overlay stuff. So, oh, we could have done 2 commits, but add initial stream overlay, create empty Rust project. Right, so rebase, push, and everything should be here. So everything is here. We will add activities at some point. Sorry, actions in that auto build this stuff, but not right now. And as I said, this will be very slow, laid back. So what I always like to do is here. I want to read me, so to do. Right? We always do the to do. So we have the, this is the to do. We have the in progress. Then we have the to do, and then we have the done, and then we have the released. Right? So if we want to do something, for example, and I use this syntax and just toss some out. So open window on Mac OS. Is it Mac OS? On Mac OS. Create, do we go Metal or OpenGL? Let's go OpenGL first, because then we get Windows and other platforms for free. Create OpenGL context. Render untextured triangle. Render triangle. Well, Not sure yet. Render triangle with shader. Render triangle with texture, right? So when we get there, I mean, all 2D games are basically textured quads, right? It's always the fish is a textured quad, the rocks are a textured quad, the UI is a textured quad. So when we can render textured quad, we can go straight into game mode. What I want to add here, handle accept keyboard input, exit via escape. And then at this point, accept mouse input, right? So basically click and position. Button and position. Buttons and position. And then we can do basics. That helps a lot during development when I can just draw a line on the screen or so. And as we go, we'll add a lot of stuff here. The nice thing is if I format it like this, so done is basically create initial project, right? And usually I would like to have, yeah, let's leave them on. So, and then I can just tick them off, and if I then I really need to do the git ignore. So next step is create git ignore to reduce noise, right? Because right now it's, if I do a git status, oh, git status is okay, but Sublime here is not very happy because I always go like, what do I need? So it's good, and I have no idea what does go in a good git ignore, but we steal one from the other project. So the nice thing is if I say this and say add initial steps to do. So I could do this on the whiteboard. Probably I will, let's see, or Trello or Jira or a piece of paper or Post-its. Oh, nice, Post-its. So whatever, I like this to do. And then basically when we start to work on something, we copy it from here up here. And when it's done, we copy it here. And when we create a release, we copy everything from here down here into version 0.0.1 probably. And that has build XXX, right? And then we have a nice history, but at the top is always what's currently ongoing and what's the next to do. And we might order these and reorder and tweak them and split them. And but we always have this to-do list driven workflow, which is cool. So actually, I want to stage this as well. Commit this, rebase, and I wanted to show you real quick on GitHub why I use this format here. Nice thing is if I use this format and then go here, actually we can close this and then go here, we should have these nice, so there's a tick box here. Is it like this? Did I just mess this up? Reformat to do. I thought it was the other way. Nope. Maybe they changed it because they used to have this nice little boxes that you could tick. I am not sure. I prefer this look anyway, so. undo reformat of to do. I mean, let's create a bit of noise, right? Yes, maybe we need to commit that. And let me push this. I'm not sure. It used to work, right? They broke it. I'm not sure why they would do that. I mean, they even removed the bullet points here. That's a bit weird. Maybe the formatting is just temporarily broken. I mean, not too much to see here, so what I want to do right now is I want to create the Git Ignore to reduce the noise, right? So I'm just gonna steal this Git Ignore and generate. What? Why don't I have a? Why didn't cargo? Cargo didn't create a Git Ignore. Git add Git Ignore. Git Ignore. So what do we need? Okay. Yeah, let's use this. So we stage this and suddenly, so stream. We will add a second Git Ignore at one level above. Touch.git ignore. And then we added this as well because I want the DS store. So git status. DS store is always ignored. So git add. Basically, we have multiple layers of Git, and so this looks much cleaner. So we stage this, and we say add Git Ignore for Rust and macOS files. Right, so commit, rebase, push. And I'm dancing around the next step because I mean we want a window, right? So one of my bots just told me something that's very confusing, but I'm assuming I don't have a rate of 5,000 viewers right now. If I do, sorry, you're stuck in the warm-up. So, and actually we should have done this, but the to-do, I'm okay with updating the to-do in whatever commit, and it doesn't have to track with the, I try to keep it close, but I won't do a commit right now for the to-do. So we want to open a window on macOS, right? So how do I open a window on macOS? Well, that's pretty simple. All you have to do is Fiiish macOS. Basically, you create you have your main, right? And then you have your main storyboard, which is basically saying, hey, I want a game view controller. And for the main menu and but let's ignore this for the moment. But basically what you say, you have a game view controller. Oh, nice, that's just inheriting from NSView. And then basically here you do the view did load, check the device stuff, initialize the, how we're lying here, we're telling it it's OpenGL3 even if it's metal. So this is when all the mouse code, the touch code is gone. It's basically mouse down, do this, and then you have the app delegate, which has a little bit of initialization logic for the ad manager, which basically has no module, so it's doing nothing, and the tracking manager has no module, so it's doing nothing, and then we dispatch the start event. So basically and then we have the system-specific renderer here for the initialization. So we could do this, and I really would like to do this. And actually opening a macOS window is do I have let me, sorry for this, too many projects that I can show you. So basically, Blulu, Streambox, Jenkins, OMT is interesting, F64 base. So I'm wondering if, nope, V2 Big Mac, nope. So this is a good one. It's still it's hacky example code, but basically how to open a window in Objective-C. Basically, you create an interface for your window, and then an implementation for your window. Is it a main window? Yes. Can it become a main window? Yes. Can it become a key window? Yes. Then you create a view which has some pointers to setup, update, and data. Callbacks, basically a display link reference for the refresh frame. The display link is handling the redraw, basically. Let's not get into this. You have an implementation for your view, which has an allocator, can set the callbacks. So I can set the setup callback, update callback, and the data for the callbacks. I can define a default pixel format in an array. Sorry, my throat is still killing me. And basically all this is a lot of work in progress to get it minimal. Then we have an init with frame. It just says, hey, we haven't succeeded yet to avoid race conditions. It needs a pixel format. Then it inits the frame. And if you remove all those commented out, it's probably 20 lines of code so far. So this is the display link. The display link for the callbacks. So it gets basically this display link callback gets called in a regular interval. This is prepare the OpenGL, which basically says, hey, call the setup callback. This is a display link callback, which basically says get frame for time, and get frame for time just says this is basically our update and render. So this is called every X milliseconds. Hopefully more than every 16, but that depends. We may make the GL context current, we lock the object. If the setup succeeded, we didn't succeed, we just skip it. If the setup has succeeded, so all your loading and stuff is done, because this is asynchronous and might come from a different thread. If we have an update function, we call it. And then basically we say unlock the context and flush the drawable. Don't flush the buffer here, because the flush buffer flushes the drawable, and then you flip the buffer twice and end up with an empty screen, which is a big no-no, and that cost me like a day to figure out. It can become the first responder. It tells you when it's done. It is opaque, and that's basically a window on macOS. This is a full, hey, here's the OpenGL context. The problem is there's a lot of Objective-C in there, in the mix, right? So everything is Objective-C, and Objective-C works a lot with subclassing stuff. So our fake window is an NS window. And if I look in crates.io, I could probably, and I want at some point, there's this Objective-C crate. And basically we can do all the class stuff. So Objective-C is based on objects and messages. So this basically says create a class NSObject. Oh, give me the class NSObject and then send it a message. So send it a message new, which gives you an object. And then that object has a hash function. So we send the hash message to the object. And then we have to manually do the reference counting, because in Objective-C, modern Objective-C, you have automatic reference counting, and Rust does it different. So you start to handle auto-release pools and create strong pointers, and then declaring classes is like a real nightmare. And I want to go through this excuse me, to have a native window in Rust where Objective-C/Cocoa. I mean, if we go back to crates.io, there's also, we could probably use Cocoa, or oh, we could use Cocoa. So we have bindings for this. Oh, nice. There's no. Let's go to GitHub. So we have Cocoa Foundation, Core graphics, and everything, but I mean, it doesn't even have a good README. So I mean, we can look at RustKit, but RustKit hasn't been updated in 3 years. So I like this. Hey, NSObject new, right? That's almost readable. We send a new message to NSObject. We can map that in our head. We get a description. We can unwrap it. We can iterate over it. So, but the last commit was 3 years ago. So we can go to crates.io and probably something like Fruity. I mean, that's basically Rust style bindings for Objective-C. So you can call object methods, you can get static classes, you can create NS strings with a macro. No, I don't want to click that. And that has 154 downloads in like a few years. So we're running out of options. I mean, we can always go with Winit. I mean, Winit is probably the cross-platform window creation library, and basically you create an event loop, you create a window builder, you run the event loop and handle the events, right? So that is 90% there, but pulling in a lot of stuff. I mean, even it doesn't have dependencies, so you could use Winit. I mean, it has 1.8 million downloads and 69 versions over a few years, so should be pretty stable. It works with WebAssembly, which is nice. So it works with Android. So the thing is, if I look at it and look at an example here, it does too much. So window. So this is basically opening a window, but we don't have a GL context, and then we have to go into, basically as an example, we have to go into Winit I don't know, how do I get the window context? I need the window context to create my GL context, but that's not there. So if I dig further and I don't want to use any of this long term, then you have stuff like Gliom, which is basically an OpenGL wrapper which does all the wrapping to us. for us. The problem is if I use Glium, Glium has certain paradigms. Let's open this in a second window. So Glium, if I look at the example, I don't know, lot of examples, tutorials. Where's textures, instancing, screenshots, shadow mapping. So it does a lot of stuff behind the scenes for us, which actually make our life harder. So this is not the example I was looking for. So I want something with a sampler in it. This has no sampler in it. No sampler. 10 was the one. 12. No, where's textures? Oh, this is... Even just looking at the documentation is... And it's nice that you can create vertices in a very... with this implement vertex, and we probably will refer to this a bit. Not sure how much. I want one with a sampler, because that will probably show the problem I have with this. Is there any example that uses a texture? Oh, we're 5 tutorials in and still don't have a texture. So here it uses a sampler, right? So that means it loads a raw image 2D from raw RGBA reversed, already wrapping a lot of stuff in an image, and then we have a texture. And how do we update the texture? How do we update a texture at runtime, which we will need? Basically, then the draw call gets the vertex buffer and the indices and the uniforms, but somewhere where does it bind the texture? So this is a texture. Okay, this is a fragment. So it binds the texture in the uniforms. And what if I have 2 sets of uniforms? So it's one level just had to block somebody from chat. Well, so that's one level too far abstracted, right? So it gets in the way of us and the GL. What I want is something that opens the GL window, opens a window, creates a GL context, and then I can just use raw OpenGL calls or raw metal calls, or so that's our goal. So Glium gets in the way. I mean, but if I look into Glium, there used to be dependencies, right? So if I look into cargo, I found something interesting, because under the covers, wait, what? So under the covers, it uses gluten, and I think for now, so we could do all this from scratch. We know how to open a window, how to open a context, how to load Glution, load GL stuff, cross-platform OpenGL context provider. I mean, in the end, we want a cross-platform window with renderer provider, and then plug in our renderer. But let's cheat for today to avoid all that Objective-C mess. I mean, if it was Android, it would be Java mess. If it was WebAssembly, it would be WebAssembly mess. But this is a Mac, so let's focus on the Mac. And I ignored my 50-minute timer for taking a break, right? Oh. So let's use Gluten and oh, Wait, let's have a quick look. Glow. Nope, let's not look into Glow. So for examples, please look here. So we have an example here, and that's basically, let's create a window, right? I don't care about full screen for the moment, but basically the classic event loop, window builder, get the context from the window builder. Ooh. Okay. But basically we do have, where does it create GL? Okay, so it has this support load here. And then it just runs the loop where it draws a frame, right? So GL, so if I go to support mod, it has a load which basically uses something. I mean, it basically uses get proc address to. I wonder if this even works on macOS, because oh, it's on the context. Okay, so the GL context has a get proc address, but basically this is pretty straightforward. OpenGL, right? Shader source, compile shader. So this is all. This is all. So if I do a man GL shader source, I hope I have man pages. This is just pure OpenGL, right? So very thin abstraction, and all of these are, yeah, the dot is okay, but this is pure OpenGL, and I actually like that it has a GL object. I mean, object. Hey Trollwoods, how are you doing? I mean, all the GL stuff is still in step, well, it's in step 3, so shall we use, for the moment, I would say let's use Glutine to open that window, because that seems to be the one that's closest to OpenGL, and from there we can just take it, and then later we rip out Glutine. It will hinder us in certain ways for stuff, but I mean, this we can do. This is probably externally loaded. Yeah, it's you probably have missed my last 20-minute rant, but basically I think there's no good window abstraction and GL context abstraction crate for Rust yet, and we will create one from scratch, but I want something on screen first. So that's probably this week. Do the fish port and live with Glutine, wrap it around the edges, and then replace it for good down the road. Because I don't even want to wrap GL, I want to wrap rendering. And that means I have to, I mean, Metal and Vulkan and DirectX are so different. So I think I'll stick with Glutine. It seems to be close enough to what we want. I mean, we get draw GL, which is nice. I'm a bit worried about this this here. So GL, so that's self GLES2. Where is that? So this is self GLES2. So this is this, and this has okay, so this has all the formats and GL floats. Also, so I think what it's doing, it uses the builder. Oh, this is interesting. So it uses GLKit and OpenGLES on iOS. So that should be fine, and then it creates the bindings. I'm not sure how it creates the bindings. Oh, it uses the registry here. So basically uses GL generator. which is nice because then in step 2 we can just start to pull that out, copy the functionality, and then get rid of the functionality for good. So there's a parse to clean this up. So I kind of am okay with this. I'm not a fan of the event loop stuff, to be honest, but we will probably wrap that away anyway. Shall we just give it a go? I mean, we need to do something tangible, right? We are stuck currently. My brain is stuck in the empty project. Blank pieces of paper. Blank pieces of paper are scary. It's much easier to fix a broken piece of paper than to create something on a blank page of paper. So let's get rid of this blank page of paper. So quick check. Okay, it's only the to-do which is dirty, which is totally fine. So what I will do, where am I? I will do a cargo at gluten, right? So I stopped editing the toml directly if I can, because this will auto update the version and stuff. So if I do a cargo run, it pulls in a lot of stuff already. I mean, but that's fine. So it's using Cocoa, which we just talked about under the covers, and it uses Objective-C, and it's using the core foundation stuff. So maybe at the end I'd rather work on gluten, but okay, we still have nothing. So how do we want to abstract this? In the end, so under source, I want something that is Fiiish specific, right? Everything that's only needed for Fiiish. Oh, maybe it's too early to do that separation. This will be a very good project to understand how to structure large-scale Rust projects, which is still... I haven't gotten to a nice way to do it. So if I have the main, let's stop this out. Basically what I want to do, handle command line arguments, then create app, create window for app, and then basically while not app is done, right? So the app says, and this is basically app, yeah, sorry about the, while the app is not so. Basically we say let mutable app equals app new, maybe to do, maybe use app builder. Well, we only ever create one app, so maybe not. Then let mute window. Window is window, probably new. Just stubbing this out. And then we say, hey, app initialize. So window and context are active. And then we say app initial init initialize. app setup. So this is creating the app, which is not creating contexts and stuff and textures, and this is app setup. And the app might have multiple renderers. So we have some who owns what. So basically, and then we have an app update and an app render, right? And then we have an app tear down. So why? Yes, you could do this in the new and this in the drop, but I want to have it explicit because then during the lifetime of a window we can do it multiple times, which will help in debugging a lot. We can just say, hey, restart everything without stopping. So we need the app, right? And we were at this point. So what I want to do is, there will be a trait for the app down the road, but I don't want to overcomplicate it right now. So I say touch source fiiish app.rs, right? So if I go layout to, so we have a struct fiiish app. File names. And then we have an implementation for Fiiish app, right? And that right now has a pop function new, which returns a self, which is just a self, empty self for now. The self is an empty self. We had that before. Then we have a pop fn setup, probably with some parameters, which will return an error. Will just always work. We have a pop function is done, which just returns a bool, and for now always returns false. So keep running. We have a pop fn update, mutable self. We have the same for render. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We have the same for render, and we have the tear down, which for logical reasons I want next to the setup so I can see them both, right? So and then I do a touch source fiiish.rs, and in the fiiish.rs I say mod fiiish.fiiish app, right? I'm not sure yet. So use create. And this is basically Fiiish app new, right? Maybe I should have gone just with fish, but and now we have gazillions of problems, right? Gazillions. Because I did something wrong in the structure, but rather fix it than live up with the empty page. So, oh, window. What's the Fiiish RS? Oh, source lib maybe mod Fiiish, right? Maybe hook it up. And all the Windows stuff. Window is next step. Let's ignore this, right? Mode. Did I actually write mode? Yes, I wrote mode. And the syntax highlighting told me. Yeah, I hate them. I don't hate, but I'm not a fan of the module structure in Rust, to be honest. I'm not a big fan. Oh, because we are already in it, right? Wait. Use crate. What did I do? Yeah, it's never used. That's fine. Oh, is done obviously should be. It's Rust. It's not C. I'm not sure if this was a smart idea. So, our... Oh! Yeah, I'm missing a pop, but I also have a minus in the crate package name. So, Rust crates with dash in name is probably a bad idea. Did I make a big boo-boo here? Are you sure? So that means I can use this. Okay, and now I need the pop. Exactly. So here, this is pop, and now this is pop. As I said, structure is still new not found. Back to diver. Oh, did I? Nope. Fiiish app has a new, right? Yeah, I always hit that. And I don't like... Here's the problem I have. This file is the module. I don't want multiple structs in one module, right? In one file. I want multiple structs in one module, but I don't want multiple structs in one file. So, yeah, and obviously... Hey! So, if we run this now, it will just probably run forever. Because this false here is... Let's say... I don't know, count usize. Count is 100. And then in update, we say self.count -1. And it's done count smaller than 1, right? Smaller or equal to 0. Yes, this will overcount, so we'll just use an I size here for the moment. It will be replaced anyway. So this should run the loop 100 times. Wait, what? Oops. C++, too much C++ this code. Yeah, I used that mod pop use : a few times, and I don't like the module structure at all. I mean, even this here, I mean, it's nice that I don't have to call this mod anymore, because then all my tabs here would say mod rs, mod rs, mod rs, mod rs, which was the nightmare. Name aliasing, every name in a project should be unique. Maybe 100 is a bit, is a little, maybe we do 100, but do a print line here just to see some output. So this loop runs 100 times, and then the player press escape. So that's our basic structure, right? And this interface here will probably become an app trait, and then here we just use the trait and make it. Let's see. The interesting part is the window now. And what's missing here is totally handle input. So the window gives us input in a defined form. And this probably will go out of the loop. So let's implement a window based on gluten. So this will just do the window and then do everything window, and it doesn't know that inside it's a gluten window, right? So, and this is not Fiiish code, this is window handling code. So I don't want to add an extra layer to avoid this. So what I will do is touch source window, and then we can abstract later from there, right? So we basically do the same, and then actually in the lib we have to use, so nope, Fiiish specific generic app Fiiish specific. So we have a pop mod window, and then in window we have pop window, pop struct window. A lot of boilerplate right now, and then we have an implementation for window. And we already said maybe we have a builder pattern at some point, but right now it's just this, right? So this should work, and here we just say use. I'm that under the, and now we can say, hey, right? Let's create a window. Maybe let's remove the dots again. Just noisy. So lots of unused code and variable. Where's snake case? Oh, it should be Fiiish app. Yeah, my bad. So the file should be Fiiish app. Wrote too much C++ code this week. And then fix all the places. Wait. I mean that hides the that would have highlighted the other problem. So cargo check, cargo run. So this still works. It's just this needs cleanup, definitely. But okay, unused variable, unused variable. We leave them on for now, unused. So 2 warnings, both of them fine because we don't use it. So we want to have some form of configuration, right? So the new doesn't initialize. So resource allocation is not initialization, and I intentionally skirt around the builder problem pattern. So, and then we have a pub fn setup, and that returns, let's actually say anyhow result, right? And that returns nothing or an error. So we don't get into whether we do error handling later, and then cargo add anyhow. And then we never get around to do it. So for now, we just say okay. And then we have a tear down, which is optional, but maybe we want to close the window, reopen it for some reason. And tear down always works, right? So if I go to the Fiiish main, basically we have window.setup, and yes, arrow handling. And then here at the end, we have a window.teardown. And then we drop it. We could talk about auto drop, and oh, good that it's idempotent, and that should get rid of the, oops, my bad. Actually, we don't use the self right now, so let's try to keep the arrows and warnings. What? Can't do this? Really? Okay. Okay. So we don't use the result, but that's, let's just unwrap this here. Okay, this is working, and if I would return an error, something here, I always forget the syntax. Okay, so an error of anyhow, error, new, new obviously. So yes, we can handle errors here. I don't care at the moment. They will come anyway, right? So we're still working towards a window. And now it's interesting because we have this setup here. And in this setup, we could basically just paste the gluten stuff. Midterm, I probably would like to split out the renderer out of that. So the window creates the window, but the renderer in combination with the window creates the context, if you get what I mean. But now it's just straightforward this, right? So And now it becomes interesting because we have this event loop here, and this event loop needs to be run on the main thread. So this here is not going to work, so it will probably end up with window.run and then probably some closures or something like that, right? But let's ignore that for the moment. So on setup, what do? We need an event loop. I mean, basically, let's just copy this in, right? And actually, this is more related to do encapsulate render context type split render context from window, and that means we rewrite the whole window stuff. But let's not create too many obstacles. It's much easier once we have that texture triangle on screen to abstract the logic around it a bit, and then we see if we break it instead of anticipating what the logic might be and then totally failing and never getting to something to see. So this will become much more entertaining once we have a triangle on screen, right? So let's try to get there. So this is basically just copied, and I will copy this part here, right? I don't want the GL stuff just yet. So view layout single. Thank you for the bad paste. And I need to set up Rust format. So we could just run this and then our event loop is never run. And we actually, if you look real close, I'm not sure if you can even see it on the screen, but I see like a one frame flicker sometimes. We never handle the window events, so the window events are never handled, so the window is never created. But we have a color buffer. We have a stencil buffer. It's double buffered. It's sRGB. It's hardware accelerated. So hey, we have our GL context, right? Yeah. Okay. So I want this. I actually do want this. I do want this, but I don't want it here. So basically I want a pop function run, which gets a mute self, and will run the event loop, and it will return. Oh, thanks for breaking the formatting again. So basically, if I go to my main, I'm gonna do a window.run here, right? And that this part here will need to move inside the window run somehow. So probably the window run probably will get two callbacks, maybe just one. Maybe it will just get one callback that says I'm done or I'm not done at the end, and then the window doesn't need to care about this. So obviously this will not compile. I mean, I can prove that because the GL stuff is not working, but also the context and the event loop are here. So let's put them here. So we have the EL. I want to rename that. But as always, stay as close to the example as possible in step 1 and then clean it up a bit. because this is EL is event loop. WB, which we probably don't even need to store. We might need to store it later, but not now, so we don't need that. And then we have windowed context, which actually is, I don't know what it is. And in that case, I always use an U8. Initialization will be actually, let's say option, right? My keyboard is doing it again. So let's say we have an option because we might not have an event loop. And this is also an option. So let's do this. And then we just say self.windowed context is some windowed context, and self.el is some el, right? That means el is none and windowed context is none, and we clean the el in a second. I'm not sure why they used shorthand in the example, and this is basically becomes self.unwrap actually I want if I'm gonna do if let el sum el equals el, and we do this. Mm. This will move, right? This will move. So how about let el equals self.unwrap self el.unwrap let windowed context equals self windowed context unwrap. It's a bit. I'm not sure about the partial borrows that get moved here. This will probably blow up in our face. That's still the missing generics for event loop. Ooh. So the event loop needs static. Why? Why do we need static here? I mean, a lifetime of this, right? Is this correct? Which line? Line 7. Didn't I just do that? Wait, what? Yeah, true. I'm still stuck here, the usual. Maybe it's time for a break. So what is the first problem? Missing generics for struct event loop. But why? I need to read the docs on gluten real quickly. I did this blind on the sample and where's the event loop? Ah, there was the oh, that's the user event type, so we can just say nothing. Okay, fair enough. It wasn't a lifetime, it was the user type that we maybe make this window a bit wider so we can actually read what's going on. So yeah, that was the one where I wasn't sure what this actually is. So this is a context wrapper. And actually we know we created out of build windowed. So maybe read the docs. Maybe read the docs. So this creates a windowed context. A windowed context. So gluten windowed context. So maybe we want a windowed context and not a context wrapper here. And the definition is gluten window context. Right. That was the one we just shot in the dark and oh, did we forget the semicolon? I'm starting to get windowed context also needs a type, so maybe we don't use a type for now. I'm not 100% sure what the user supplied. What is this type here? Let's go back to this, because found context wrapper. But okay. Some libraries have very strange. It's the wrong type, I know. And did I just do it again? Yes. So I'm running low on sugar, blood sugar that is. Supplied 1, expected 2 types. Okay, and now we have the come to me, I just had it in my head. So we have the we just saw it, right? we saw the possibly current. Yeah, possibly current. So we will need this. Right? I know the second part is not a U8. I just want the compiler to help me. Oh, yeah. This here now is boofoo. Boofoo. What did it find? Gluten window. Actually, yeah. So can you? Thank you. I think it's time for a walk outside once we have the window opening, but we have the whole week to work on this. And maybe then actually use the window here. I don't like these signatures. They already gave me a headache right now. Oh. Yeah, nice one. We just shot ourselves in the foot because this window here is inside this window here, which is admittedly not the smartest idea. Yeah, so we want the sref here. And sref, I always forget this is this, because and yeah, I mean, we fixed it here. Maybe we should just fix it here, and probably we need the mutable reference. This data has an anonymous lifetime. It's captured here, and that's exactly the case that I was afraid of. So let me grab some fresh coffee real quick. Sorry about the very aggressive bot. As soon as it's itself, take unwrap. You mean this? Because the event loop is fine, right? It's the... Oh, okay, yeah, here we do the same. Not 100% happy, but we're gonna replace this anyway. So in theory, we should get a window. Yeah, Twitch chat and especially the Streamlabs bot is... I just didn't have time yet to create a Discord server. But thanks for your help. Yeah, it's And we get events, and I get button presses, and I get keyboard. So we do have a window, a fantastic window that we cannot close right now. But this is we get all the events, so that's super nice. We still have the problem of basically putting this into the run. So, but I mean, we did this, right? So if I look at, sorry, not OMT, but Shifal. Well, actually, let's look at Espresso. I'm actually quite used to Rust pane, so all the borrowing and I'm okay with that. It's like closures that take stuff is still I'm not super used to it, and my main problem is the module structure, which is always like feels like extra levels of indirection. So remember oh for the function table, I believe. Yeah, we basically had this syntax, which basically says, hey, there's a function here, and this needs to adhere to this interface. So that is basically what we do, right? So we copy the where. So if I go to the window here, copy from your own code is fine, right? So, and here the formatting suddenly breaks down, because when I have a where clause, it doesn't, it's, can't these always be here, please? That would make it so much more consistent. So we say f of type f, and the callback, let's say right now it just gets nothing. It gets nothing and returns a bool, right? So whoa, what did I do? Obviously. So it expects an argument which it didn't get. So so basically what we can do now, and this needs to be extended, but basically we can say app.update to be defined app.render. We could split this and then just app.isDone and just return that, right? Move ownership will blow up in my face, but we could do it like that. Yeah. So cannot borrow as mutable as it captured in the hmm. Actually, this is true. Yeah, we need the mutable capture. I'm reaching the end of my Rust knowledge, to be honest. This is the fringes. This is the most complex project I ever did, so this seems to work. I'm gonna remove this noise here for the moment, and instead tell where's the Fiiish app? The app to say, actually, let's say print line render and then the number, right? So in theory, oh, yeah, almost there. I mean, passing in the F is nice, but maybe we should run it. So where do we run it? Where do we run it? I mean, we could just run it after every event, so we could just do this. Yeah. Probably don't need static for real, but yes, obviously. So close to step 1, but yet so far. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of this closure here anyway. I'd rather pass in a trade. That was just a quick shot to get. I mean, we could just skip the teardown for now. Yeah, and let me just move here. Fine. It's just hacking the framework for now. So obviously I mean, two problems with this. It doesn't run when there are no updates, so you still need to have the yeah, that's what I said. The static is probably overkill. So two things here. A, it doesn't stop at the end, so it doesn't exit, and B, it only renders if the window gets events. So yeah, I think that so what you're saying is that solves the second problem. So the example here for gluten, this one here, this weight here, it could just be a poll, right? Poll or polling? I forgot. So this will just keep constantly running. So that is step 1. And step 2 is once it is below 0, I actually wanted to stop. So basically this here. So if not f star control flow equals control flow exit, right? So it runs for 100 frames. I just probably a bit short. Why 94? Why 94? 94 is interesting. Why 94? We say we start at 1. In every update, we subtract 1. We're gonna be super noisy. We're gonna be super noisy. So the update updates correctly. The is done. Somehow at 94 it says we're done. right? Somehow here we say print line f return false. Maybe it's something else. $49 smaller than 0. Return true. Wait. Oh. Okay, fair enough. So this is better. It counts down all the way to our fake counter and then says, hey, now we're done, and basically it returns false multiple times, which is not good, but our app should be resilient to that. So I'm gonna remove the debug noise here. I'm gonna leave the render here. So it renders 100 frames. And then it keeps rendering because our loop still has leftovers in it, and we want to avoid that. So we still handle events because there might be events that get handled before the exit. But basically, let is done equals false if not is done and is done equals true, and I didn't make that mutable. So we just have a flag and say we only run this f as long as we don't set it, right? Actually, this is a good point. I need a break. I definitely need a little break after this. So, but this works. So exactly 100 frames. So we remove this, and maybe we make this 1000, so we actually have some time to see some stuff. This needs keyboard input. 1000 is... We need timing and stuff, so... I mean, basically, if I look at my to-do here, we open a window, right? So we're done with that. Keyboard input is next to get away from the auto close. What I want to get rid of is basically this static here. I'm not sure why I need this static here, to be honest. I just did it because the compiler told me to, but... So F may not live long enough. Yeah, gluten needs the static, which I'm not so happy about. Does it really need a static? Run. Event loop run. Yeah, gluten needs the static. And with static, I mean, if it was anything else, we can work around it, but if it's static... I mean, but then this here, I mean, it is the application main loop, right? So this lifetime here, static is fine. All I need is the tier down. We could start a multiple producer, single consumer channel and just... So this doesn't need the app, right? This just needs a way to call the app. Yeah, exactly. So it's the explicit setup and explicit tear down that's shooting us in the foot right now. So the drop of the app I could implement the drop trade for the app, but to be honest, I mean, the app is telling us when it's done, right? So the app could just say, before I'm telling you, well, kill me, I do my cleanup myself. So I would be fine with that. I would be fine with that. Note, tear down is currently not called. Implement drop if you really need tear down, cleanup, or just do it before returning true from is done. Right, at least document the why. And the thing is, we need this to be static because this needs to be static, and we only need this to be static because we're using the gluten event loop and we want to get rid of gluten. Yeah, that's technically right, but the logic would probably be that the update realizes, oh, I'm done, and actually you would just have a is done bool or a state. Probably it's a state and not even a bool, and then have a is done is false. And then here in update, you would say if self.count is smaller than 0, then self.isDone is true. And then here you just say self.isDone, right? So this is just a quick check, and oops. Note do all clean up here. And then we are in scope. I mean, what is our cleanup? We're game, right? And when we say we are done, we close the program. So we don't need to release memory. We don't need to unbind textures. Maybe we want to send a message to our telemetry server that says, hey, closing up. So there shouldn't be any cleanup. I mean, we clean up stuff that the operating system will destroy anyway once we're gone. So well, that actually does this still work? Did we break it? Do we have a broken version? Okay, so 1000 frames is so. The update will definitely need, so the update here, the update will need a time step, right? How long did the last frame take? So we can adapt that, and then we could say, instead of counting, we have a lifetime and say stay open for 10 seconds, but we need the keyboard anyway. So actually what I want to add here is add time step to, maybe we want to update context instead of a time step, right? But we want to exit via the keyboard anyway. That's the very next step. So let's aim for that. It's been roughly 2 hours to open a window, but we created some boilerplate infrastructure. So I would say I definitely want to do a commit here, right? So we have an open window on OS X. So let's move this down here. Oh, it's last at the top. Let's do one more test. I still want to open the window with raw Objective-C and nothing else, to be honest. I really want to. So, but we added gluten in anyhow, so very minimal. We updated the to-do. We have some very, very basic infrastructure in the main with some code. We added this. We want the Fiiish RS. We want the Fiiish app, definitely. And we want the window, and that needs some serious cleanup, right? So A. Yeah, that's just noisy. We leave the EL in there for now. It probably should be event loop, but I'm okay with that. Let's remove this real quick. That's fine. So we have a pretty clean commit here. So open window on macOS and run update and render of app. Yeah, I have this one pot of coffee per day rule, and I think it's almost empty, and it's like 3 p.m. and I wanted to go till at least 10 today. So I'm gonna push this. So all of this will, yeah, lots of stuff. So all of this will be available here for. I'll repost this link regularly. But I will take a 10-minute, 5-minute. Well, I'll take a 10-minute break. I need some bio break and some stretching, but I'll be back in 10. So see you in a minute. Oops. About that. Quick bio break and some exercise. Maybe that did not work so well. Well, we're all just human, right? And I was seriously running low on sugar, so that's what it is. Yeah, this has to go. I wanted to make it go, but maybe it doesn't go. Let's see. Chaka. Boom, chaka laka. Where did we stop? I have no idea what I did last summer, so I read my to-do and say accept keyboard input. And this could be very simple. So for step one, just let's say we never set this to true, so we just run forever. Maybe we want to run debug, and we disabled the event output, right? So all we have to do is actually I want to do a e print line unhandled event, right? So I don't want to do this. I want to only for the ones we don't handle yet. Where did that Bing come from? So I get a lot of mouse events, so redraw events cleared, main events cleared, new events poll. Okay, so let's reduce the noise, right? So let's create a case for event redraw events cleared or main events cleared, right? Just swallow them for now to reduce the noise. And I'm going to remove the release here. So we have the new events poll. I have the feeling that we might want to have a separate handler for that, so we just say new events. Can we do, well, just any of them, right? Maybe you want to handle the poll explicitly, but for now we just don't. So now we have mouse events. So it's a device event. So let's say we have one handler for event, device, events, device event, DE. And then we can do something about that later. Wasn't it device? Oh, it was device event, not device events. What? I like gluten less and less by the minute. This is an enum, right? And for now, we can just say wait, what? What am I missing? Where is it saying device event? Is that really the only place where we can find it? Oh, okay. It's not a. Let's not. So we don't get the mouse, and obviously keyboard is probably a device event too, right? Is keyboard a device event? Key is a device event, so I mean, I could just do a colon key, right? Because it's an enum key. So we could say event device event key. Was it keyboard or key? It's key. And then keyboard input. And then just say print line key. Right? Yeah. Yeah. It's the variant and not the. Device event is a variant, not a module. What? So wait, that didn't help. Take a 5-minute break, warm up again from the start. So yeah, full screen sounds good to me. It's a window event keyboard input. I would like a window event much more than a keyboard event, so than a device event. Come on. So window event has keyboard input. That's nice. So we could just yes. This is already what we have, right? We have the where's the window event? So here's a window event. Basically that we don't need, and we have a window event that is keyboard input, right? And then okay, then you manually fair enough. So if my editor hadn't just eaten all the formatting. Okay, so basically what we say is give me the input part, and out of that the virtual key code and the state. I want to know what else is in keyboard input actually. Oh, we already had that. So is synthetic. Is then synthetic. What does that mean? Okay, so we don't care, but what we do care about is the keyboard input, and the keyboard input has a virtual key code. So we do have the virtual key code. That's nice. So we can just do. What is the virtual key code? Okay, so we literally have the number keys, the key keys, escape. For now, we just handle escape, I would say. We just handle escape. We only handle escape as an example. Where does it live? So gluten event virtual key code star. So I have to clean up the users at some point. So virtual key code escape state, right? And then we say print line escape, and I want the state just to see what it is, because it is what it is. Almost. We missed, yeah. Okay, if we copy from an example and here's keyboard input, obviously that's up here as well in the gluten event. So if you use it, use it. And yes, we probably should have a case for not handled. Well, yeah. Oh, I use the keyboard, nothing happened. I press escape, I get the pressed and released. So that is nice. So how do we map this in an abstract way? I mean, right now I only care about escape. So what I will do is, the thing is, we need to get this key somehow in this update function, right? So I really lean towards passing in a trait instead of a function, but maybe for now the function just gets the window update context, right? If I do no, not window, a lib pass pub mod window update context, and we will extend this, but I want to keep it lightweight for the moment. So pub struct window update context. That is probably something we keep around. So an implementation of the window update context, the usual. I need a macro for this, right? So what we will do is actually yeah, mute, right, and then we say use create window update context, window update context, boilerplate, too much boilerplate, and this obviously is in Fiiish, and then window update context, right? Vuk window update context. Vuk, vuk, vuk. And then obviously the window. Outside of the loop, because all to be cleaned up. Lots of boilerplate code that actually doesn't matter at all. And then here we just pass in a mute reference to window update context, right? We're not doing anything with it right now. So we don't use it and we don't use it. We will use it in a minute. So what I want to do is, so the window update context, and that probably has a keyboard, it probably has an input context or multiple input context, contexts. But right now it's just is escape pressed bool, right? And that is escape pressed is false. And I just make it public. I won't even wrap it. So what we can do in the window, and we will do much more, but basically we say what was a state we just got here? Escape released and pressed. So the state, not the virtual key, the element state, gluten event element state pressed. Was it gluten event? Yeah. Element state. So here we just say element state pressed. If it's pressed, we say window update context equals true. Probably we could just say equals state is element state pressed, right? And then we go back to state here. So we add an extra abstraction layer because different Windows systems might do this differently. And basically, let's get rid of the debug here. Oh, that still works. And it does nothing. And the window update context, actually, I want to do a come on. I too much sugar? Yeah, probably. You know what I want to do, right? All I wanted to do is derive debug and I was incapable of typing it. So we do a derive debug and actually the fish main, here we do a debug vuk. Alright. So escape is pressed as false, it's true as long as I hold it, and it's false again when I let go of it. So the app update, the fish app update now will use the window update context, and we luckily have the use already here. So this probably should be Fiiish RS and not create once we split it, but let's ignore that for now. And the update actually gets a mutable book, gets a book, which is a mutable window update context, right? Yeah, sugar crash and stuff, so when this whole pandemic thing started, I was basically living sugar-free, and now, well, I can't get away from that stuff. So you might ask why this is mutable. So, for example, if you have a mouse click, we might pass that through different systems until some system basically consumes that. Says, hey, by the way, this mouse click was mine and it's gone, so it needs to flag that. That's why we want to make that mutable. And this basically could say if vook is escape pressed, self is done equals true, right? I mean, oh, obviously, maybe we should pass through the vook here. Vook, so we have a window, I can type, I can click, I press escape, and it's closed. Hey, hallelujah. So obviously, we have, I don't know how many potential keys, so this should probably be an array, and then we have, but we don't want that abstraction layer for now. I'm actually gonna add one more and say pub is space pressed. Technically held down, right? Because we will need that for the game, I know that, so I'm gonna make the Fiiish app say or vook is space pressed, right? Because we can play the Fiiish game with the spacebar, which is super nice. So that means virtual key code, virtual key code. I'm pretty sure there's a space in there, right? There is a space in there. So basically, and this handler needs to be generic. We don't want to copy it for every. So probably we have a mapping function that maps the virtual key code to our virtual key code. So I can type, I press escape, is close. I can type, I press space, it closes. We just want to make sure our to-do. So this is working. I just want to make sure if I run a release, I run a release. That's also working, right? So that's nice. So let's mark this as done. And actually, our next to do is to add time step 22 to update context, and that's the one we just created. So let's do a commit. We're getting more and more of the boilerplate out of the way, so we're getting deeper and deeper into actually doing stuff, which is nice. I mean, there's still a long way till the first textured triangle, but what the? This looks better. So we updated it to do, we added the window update context and handled that. We actually use the window update context, hook it up, handle the keyboard input in a sensible way, swallow the other events, print events that we don't handle, which is nice, and obviously add the handle space and escape, add window, oh, it's technically window update context, which will be growing, and silence some known events. Right, so I mean, technically we want to get here before we use this, because now that we have keyboard input, we don't need the time step anymore. I want to get that out of the way. I do want to get that out of the way, I guess. Do I? Do I? Do we gain anything from it? Yeah, I think we'll actually... I think we actually do this. Yeah, let's do this. So, step one, and the window update context is actually nice for that. So we have a pop time step, which is the time since the last frames, the time between the frame starts. It's technically we're cheating. We're using the time of the last frame to do the animation of the next frame, but that's how everybody is doing it. So I think that is good enough for the moment. So here we have a time step, and let's set that time step to 0. Let's set that time step to 0, and what we actually could do in the window. I mean, this is basically the time between these F calls, right? So what we want to do is here we want to set time step to, I don't know, 1/60. Let's assume 60 FPS. I will fix that in a second. So what that means in the app actually, here we could say total time is 0. Total time is F64, right? So we could say total time is 0. And then in the update, I want to get rid of this count actually. Oh, it's a frame counter, so let's keep it, but instead of counting it down, we count it up and don't use it as a criterion. And let me say self dot total time equals voc dot time step. And the nice thing is, so let's say if self dot count percent, I don't know, every 200 frames. every 180 frames equals 0. Then we say let FPS equals self dot count as f64 divided by self dot total time. And then we just print that, right? I mean, right now we're cheating. We're cheating a lot, right? So this is always 60. And you see it should be printing that every 3 seconds, so it's probably more than 60. Well, it's rounded to 60, so it should be more than 60. So no, I would not have this huge resource struct. I would break that down, but so if you used one of the weird programming game engines like Unity, you probably would have a singleton for that. But singletons are just bad juju. It's just a bad idea. So I would probably have an update context and a render context, and then the render context would have the renderer, and the renderer would own all the resources. So you could break that down into who needs what. But the thing is, you could just extend the signature of the update, right? And say, hey, it gets 500 individual parameters, but then you add one and have to add that through 15 layers. Or you just go into your window update context and say, hey, I put a time step in and everybody who needs it has access. I mean, the danger is you could give access to too much stuff, and then if somebody doesn't know what he's doing, could create some damage. But if somebody doesn't know what he's doing, he doesn't know what he's doing, right? So there's two problems with this right now. I mean, obviously we're lying about the frame time. So if I just run this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, actually, let's say in the app we say actually we just do a debug self here because I'm too lazy. So when we're done, so let's say we run this for roughly 10 seconds. Oh, nice. Do you want me to see write derive debug again? Nope, me neither. You can only fail so many times with stuff like this. So we let it run for a while, and then we stop it, and actually it says it took 6 seconds, but we believe we ran for a very long time because we're running much faster than 60 FPS. So, and I think if we run release, so 6 seconds is roughly, it believes 20,000, and it did 1 million frames, 1.1 million frames. So let's run this for, well, in 4 seconds, it ran 1.2 million frames. And so obviously we're not doing drawing, we're not doing frame synchronization, so this is just super fast, and probably we are potentially even calling this too often. So this is called not per frame, this is called per event, right? So if we handle like 15 events in one frame, we call it too much. So basically we should probably do it here. Maybe we should. Let's leave it there for the moment. So A this time is total foo. So we need a way to measure time, and probably chrono. Date and time library for Rust, 22 million downloads. That sounds like exactly what we want to do. Overview gives us duration. Duration is nice. Gives us date and time. Gives us UTC now. Actually, that looks like exactly what we want, right? So let's do a cargo at chrono. I said we do everything manually, but literally abstracting, getting the time from the system is not something I want to do manually. So what do we basically want? So we want something that gives us now, right? Now, and I just saw that, so I think there was it now? No. So there's, okay. So basically we can do this, right? And always do your times in UTC. And obviously we want, yeah, the prelude is probably too much, but I don't care that much. So give us a time now, which is nice. And then obviously we also need, and this will be wrong for the first frame, so we'll need a mutable previous now, right? And then when we're done here, we say previous now equals now, and then we just need to say time step equals something, right? So let's look into this crate. How do I get it to actually we could just open the docs. We could just open docs. UTC, this is most efficient, blah. What I actually want to know if there's something like a duration. Oh, this gives us a date time, right? And a date time has signed duration since subtracts another date time from the current date time. This does not overflow or underflow at all. That sounds exactly so. Let duration. It's actually frame duration. It's duration since the last event, which is wrong in this context, but basically we can do say now sign. What was a? I wish I had a quick copy to clipboard here. Maybe somebody should do that. Signed duration since previous now. How much time has passed since the last time? And that gives us old duration. And then we can we get the duration as milliseconds? Oh no, that makes a new one. Returns the total number of milliseconds. So if I do this, and so basically the time step is frame duration dot num milliseconds, and our time step is in seconds, so we divide by 1000, right? Right? Maybe. I even want to run a cargo check on this. Oh, sorry, I missed that about the instancing. Oh, yeah. Maybe we want to do this as F64. Okay. So we do a run. Let's see if the 60 frames now. So it's... Wait, why is our FPS counter going up? I mean, it took 14 seconds and the total time is 0.12 seconds. And this should be even faster now. I think our total time is busted. What did we do? Total time is 0, and then we say total time is voc time step. So I think the time step is broken. Okay, it's 0, it's 0, it's 0. And then it's very little. And then it does a lot of frames. So our time step is constantly 0 because we call this too often. So I'm going to move this in the redraw loop here. Right, so I move this basically where we will redraw. I'm not sure if the swap buffers here is scaring me a little bit. So this is not the one. That was the wrong spot. Okay, I need to look into how control flow works in Gluten. Okay, so what what is request animation frame? Where does that come from? That sounds interesting. um, oh, that's for web. Okay. So how do we ensure we get redraws at a specific rate? I mean, technically we could go back to wait here, right? No. Oh, yes, we could, but we never called this, so when How do we animate using gluten? Okay. We build a context. So how does the event loop work? How? Um, yes, I read the duration here, but it's the delta between this now, which is now, and the previous now, which is 1 frame ago. So the poll, if we set this to poll, this loop will just instantly run forever. And I don't want to redraw on I only want to redraw on a timer. And I'm wondering how a timer. So here's the control flow, right? And Paul says when the current loop iteration finishes, immediately do the next one. That's fine, but we can do wait until instant. Actually, that sounds good. And then we do a checked at. Yeah, now we use instant, I know. Not really, because I actually want to request redraws on a timer, right? No, UTC is precise enough. We use that for the other project, and it works perfectly there. So basically, is how do we get redraws on a 60 FPS? How do we set a redraw timer? Gluten get 60 FPS redraw. Yeah, gluten. Oh, thank you. Yeah, now we get the Rust game. Rust gluten animation. I know how to do it manually. I just want to know how to do it with gluten. How does Gliam do it? I mean, Gliam is basically a gluten on steroids, right? Event loop. Oh. How do we get an animation here? X samples. Splitting, GPU instancing. I mean, I don't actually care, so This is just event loop, control flow. Oh, it just draws once and then never again. Thank you. Oh, so they use the wait until, and then they just display. Okay, well, let's just steal this. So control flow is wait until. Probably need to. So this is actually 60 FPS. That's fine. And then this redraw is actually. I'm gonna cut this, put it at the bottom here. So it handled, but this will handle one event every frame, right? This will handle one event every, unless we get more events, but we don't want to render more often when we get more events, right? But if we do the swap buffers, that will block anyway. I am not happy with how they handle. So it's waiting like 16 milliseconds. So total time it's at 7 and it took 9. So the thing is, the wait until here suspends the thread until either another event arrives or given time is reached. So if I do this here, so we constantly get redraw events and so this is the event resume time reached is, hey, that's where we get the 16, right? This is where it's at wait until the 16 milliseconds are over, and that works. But then main events cleared, redraw event. I need to look at what these mean. Emitted when all of the event loop have been processed and redraw processing is about to begin. Okay, so that is basically the main events cleared is the place where we want to render. That's good. That's good, I like that. Basically the main events cleared, and now we have to split this up here, unfortunately, as all events handled, let's render, right? And then basically we swap the context at the end of this. So this is basically the event we were looking for by accident. Well, this should mean we still have a... And this is 11 seconds, which is 9 now, and we still have the 0 updates, so... I mean, 0 updates, I don't care, because worst case, we render the same frame twice. But all our meat will basically be in here, so that's fine. So the update looks reasonable, and if I do a debug run, I mean, what we could do is, okay, we do this, and then we go into the Fiiish app and say, Let's say the update takes, I don't know, let's say we take 4 milliseconds for the update, right? Use some time for update, and then basically we just had that case. Let's go back, instant. So we can say sleep, standard thread sleep. Thread sleep is not a good one. Standard thread sleep, and that needs standard time duration. So that needs a duration, so standard time duration, and that new, where's the new? Seconds and nanoseconds. So this is seconds, is 0. How many nanoseconds in a second? Million? Okay. So this is basically for, oh, this is actually the number, right? This is basically if I do this and this and this, so that should be 4 milliseconds, right? So we just wait 4 milliseconds in the update. So whenever we run the update, we should never get less than 4. So we're actually using up some time now. So that's 16 that's 4 milliseconds, right? And then let's say the renderer needs another 5 milliseconds. I mean, we were just pretending everything is ultra fast, and that now looks much more reasonable. So let's kill this update, and now we should get some FPS every 3 seconds. 1, 2. So we're running at 90 FPS. Why are we running at 90 FPS? Because we're not frame synced. Okay. We're still too fast. But we have a time now. We are running too fast, but our total time here is our real time, close enough. So I would say we have a reasonable time step in the update context, and we fixed the update. So here's the thing. Once we actually in here, in the render, somewhere here we will do a GL finish, right? We'll just say now we're done with rendering, so let's wait. And that will sync us to the refresh rate anyway, unless we run unlocked, and then we are at a hard 60. If we're higher before, that's fine. It would be boring if we were much lower already without doing anything. So that is actually cool with me. So I'd say we have the timing, so we add chrono, which we probably don't really need, but we add the time step to the update context. We add the total time. We use that to calculate the frame time. We waste some time. Add time step to window update context. Burn some time in update and render. That's this one down here. Only render update and render once per event cycle, and then sleep event loop for 16 ms for up to, and I did it again. Stash pop, not drop. So this probably should be the leftover of the frame time. So let's say we are done with our frame. And we see, okay, we have 8 milliseconds left. And either we can go as fast as possible, or we can say, okay, let's burn these 8 milliseconds and let's give them to the rest of the system. So this needs to be tweaked. And we added the timestamp here, so let's commit all of this, rebase, push. And hooray, we're finally getting into OpenGL context land. And now it's gonna get interesting. Cause I mean, we have an OpenGL context, right? We do have an OpenGL context. This is a GL context. So we have a GL context. What we want is access GL functionality, right? So create OpenGL accessor wrapper to access OpenGL functions. Create wrapper to access. We don't need the context. The context we including OpenGL context, right? That's not what that context is. Thank you, screen. I've been working too long. I know. So if we look back at the gluten example, what they do here is they use a support, right? So they have support load, and in support they have this load, which basically calls GL load with and hands in the GL context. So we need the context, which is fine. So basically what I want is to start the renderer and initialize the renderer with the So here's the thing. This thing here is starting to bite us hard, because basically, well, the app setup gets the window and can then ask the window for the GL context, because the renderer needs to talk to the window, right? The renderer needs to talk to the window. So I think we start setting up the renderer actually. And renderer grain of salt. So and I'm really set up with Windows, so this will need a window reference, right? And this is a use create window. I don't. I'm not sure what they've been, and that will return an anyhow results, and that is okay for now, right? And then we have a pop tear down. This is getting ugly. And then we have something like yeah, pop function setup, pop functions tear down. And we have begin frame and end frame probably, and an end frame. And then we add a lot of rendering functionality here, right? So what I want to do is basically pop fn clear. And let's just say that gets in. Do we want to have a color struct? So yes, I want to pop struct color. And for now, this is just RF32 G F32 B F alpha F32, right? Hash derive deep. Thank you for the bad autocomplete. And that just gets a color reference, right? And then does something with it. Right? So if I go to the main and say I want render right, and probably, oh, that's all. So what I will do is, when we have the window, who owns the renderer? I think the app should own the renderer, because it actually the app should own the renderer, and the setup here gets the mutable window. Right, so you're having too many tabs here. We are having far too many tabs here. Basically here we use, and this is in the crate now, we use the renderer, and the setup basically gets the just cheating here to have less typing, and this basically has a window. And then the setup actually has a mute. Always, because it's mixed. I don't like how it's back here and front here. So the app could have multiple renderers, right? In theory, we could have a renderer that renders to one screen and another that renders to another screen, and a third that renders to a file stream for debug purposes. So we could have multiple renderers. So I don't want to inject the renderer here. But basically, this says leaning towards having a null renderer, but right? But that means in the render. So if let some renderer, well, we probably can say, oh, that's fine, equals self.renderer. If we have a renderer, we do something. If we don't have a renderer, we just skip. If we have a renderer, we say renderer, begin frame, renderer, end frame. And for now, we just say renderer clear with color, right? And the let color mute color. Actually, let color equal color from RGBA, just say 0, 0. We still need to implement that, right? So I just want white, basically. So this needs an implementation for color pop fn from RGBA R f32G f32B f32A f32, which returns a self, and that's just self. I mean, this case is RGBA, right? This is the trivial case. So still in boilerplate land, and we will be there for a while. I think on Monday things should start to get really, really interesting. Right now it's still wrapper, but that's why I want to make it generic. So next project I just copy it and be done with it, and then we just this is what we need to do, and basically fill out this. So and actually to have something visible, I want to have self.totaltime.sinus. And basically 0.5 plus 0.5 times, right? So this is minus 1 to 1. By multiplying it with 0.5, we get it from minus 0.5 to plus 0.5, and by adding 0.5, we get it to 0.1. So we want the red to kind of bubble with time. And maybe we want to add scaling here times. I don't know. Maybe we want to have it slower. So let's make it slow, right? It's just, I don't care. I mean, if let. Oh, true. We forgot a semicolon here. And here. Yes, toggle bit implicit return is the devil's work. Is it really create renderer? No, it's not create renderer, but pub mod renderer. Maybe we need to hook it up. Almost. I hate that I can't see where it started. RR? RR. RR. RGBA. Almost there. No method named end frame. Well, yes. Oh. Oh. Yeah. My badness. And obviously the Fiiish app needs color. I start to like this syntax more and more. Let's see where I end up. Really? Really? Yes, we can borrow the color here. I mean, we're not doing anything with that yet. Cannot borrow as mutable because, yes, you are right. This needs to be mutable. And oh my. I probably have 5 more of these. Window is not used yet. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. What? Oh, renderer is, no, wait. He did the exact same here, right? Did we? Yeah. What is the problem? Oh, I didn't save yet. I don't want to copy, I want to basically... Okay, match self dot render. I know I don't need to, but if we have a renderer, then we do something, else we do nothing. Right? So far, so good. And that will tell us, hey, wait. This will tell us, hey, sorry, but we want to borrow here. So we want to borrow mutable here, right? And then it works. So if I do a run now, well, I still have the same as before because we still don't, we're still in boilerplate land. But if I go into the renderer now and do a clear with this color, maybe, nah, this is fine. At least we should see the, well, obviously we're not calling it, so, and we're not initializing a renderer. So in this setup, we say let merge renderer equals renderer new, and the renderer new, oops, the renderer new will need the, no, the setup will need the window. So this is fine, and then we do a renderer setup where we pass in the window, magic to be detangled, and then we say self.renderer equals some renderer, right? And then in the tier down, we just say self.renderer equals none, because that means nobody's rendering now anymore. Nobody is rendering here anymore. I mean, we could say, well, let's not do that now. So, oops, obviously we have to re-enable this. So we do have a renderer and our red value goes. Let's make this faster. We were a bit too defensive here. Let's make that 5 times faster. So red value goes up to 1.0 and then goes down to 0 and then goes up again. So obviously we're not doing anything with that, but the renderer is being called, right? The renderer is being called. Oh, my brain was somewhere totally different. So I think in about 10 minutes, I'm going to take another break. So now the interesting part. Now we can do everything in the renderer, right? We have the window. We probably need some accessors into window context. But basically here in setup, we have an active GL context, right? So we can just assume the context is already active, or we can ask the window to make it active. I would lean towards assuming we have one active context and that's just always active. I hear you say, yeah, no, okay, but here we need to wrap GL, right? And this is basically where this comes in, and we could just do this, and this is basically we could go here and say here. Come on, did my network just die? Nope. Oh, my network seems to be pretty damn dead. Why is my... I mean, all we want right now, what's the minimal set? I mean, we do want a GL clear, right? We want a GL clear and the masks, and we want the GL fin. Do we want it finish or flush? And we want to finish, right? And we could just go flush and say, we are done, we don't need to block, somebody else can block. But basically we need a clear and a GL clear color, right? So we will need GL flush or GL finish, and we will need GL clear color and GL clear, right? That's all we need right now. So the question is, how do we get that? And if this page was loading, actually, can you please just, thank you. So this generates the bindings, which I'm kind of on board with, but maybe we don't need any of these for now. So this is the GLES bindings, right? And they are in the out directory, which means they're probably generated. So it uses the GL generator to create. So only if the target contains iOS. So if it's GLX, okay, and if it's, does that mean this doesn't run on? I'm gonna do something here real quick. We're gonna clone this. Because I have the, I'm not sure. So how does it decide which one to use? Maybe there's no, how does it decide which of these to use? The GLES, GLX, or WGL? I don't find any, oh, in the cargo TOML? Nope. Oh, this is a workspace. So if I go to examples, maybe the examples decide. The examples have a build RS that says, oh, so examples also generate bindings themselves. I'm just gonna go in here and go into examples, do a cargo run. Example window, right? Window. There's no window. You could tell me I mistyped before starting to compile, because I might go for a coffee, come back and see, oh, wasted time. But while this is compiling, I'm gonna waste time and grab coffee. So this, this does work, and I guess, okay, so yeah, wrong keyboard. It doesn't do escape, nice. So what I don't get is, so they use the registry, so they use the GL generator registry, which is probably GL generator is a build dependency. We could just generate the binding ourselves. So I mean, here's the thing. We could just, Kronos just has the specs on their website. I guess that's probably what they download in here, right? So Kronos, yeah, Kronos API, and if I just look here, they have an XML file of all the GL functions, right? Yeah, just view raw. So so if I look for GL clear, it's in here, right? It tells us GL clear is void, GL clear, it has a parameter that is of type GL bit field and of the GL buffer mask with the opcode of 127, right, for GLX, and the name is mask. So then I could look up the clear buffer mask. It's just so here's a clear group name, and deprecated use group attributes instead. Okay, but we could just manually if I clear color has 4 parameters, red, green, blue, and maybe I make this bigger for you. So clear color has 4 parameters, red, green, blue, alpha. All of these are GL float, and they're in the group color F. And then they're int variants, and I mean, this is enough to write a stub in Rust for this function, right? We could just stub out the clear color manually. Do we want to do that? We have a generator that seems to work, and it's a compile build time dependency. So it's like saying, if I was on Windows and did it in C++ and saying, we don't need the official OpenGL header files, we can just write the header files ourselves, right? But if the generator does the right thing already, I mean, let's just use it. So this is the wrong window. This is the wrong window. So cargo at GL generator, right? And then we need a build rs. So touch build.rs. Oh, wait. This is not a dependency. This is a build dependency, right? So GL generator is a build dependency. And basically in the package section, we say we have a build rs, so when we do a cargo build, it will run our build rs. Our build rs doesn't have a main, so let's fix that. And basically we can just say, yeah, we don't need the extern crate anymore, nobody's doing that. We do this. I'm gonna explain this in a second. And now it's gonna get interesting. So these are just the includes. This basically says, okay, our destination is the outdoor, which is set as an environment variable. I want to create the bindings rs. I want to call them GL bindings because we might have other bindings generated, right? So we have GL bindings and the API is 4.5. Now it's going to get interesting. Oh, I have to go to the develop macOS OpenGL support. I wonder if there's a non-open. I'm not sure if I can show you. Well, this seems to be. I just want. There's a table of the supported OpenGL levels somewhere in here, but the newer documentation is all locked behind 2.1, 2.3, OpenGL level. So OpenGL is going to be deprecated anyway, but so this is basically the set. There's a table which version supports which. I think it's 4.3 is the latest. Latest supported OpenGL level. I think it's 4.3. OpenGL is deprecated. Yes, 4.1. I think 4.1 might be right. So yeah, so we are supporting OpenGL up to 4.1, and that's the highest we can go. And some older ones just 3.3. And to be honest, I've been using OpenGL for 25 years now, and it should just die in fire. It's just broken fixes to fix broken things that were broken. I know this opinion will not be popular, but if we only support 4.1, I mean 4.1 already does a lot. Unfortunately, a lot of the debugging stuff is not good, but we're doing a 2D game. We could probably do this in OpenGL 2.1, right? So let's just run cargo build. And this will pull down the Chronos stuff, so let's just do a find on this. I know where it is, but always find with quotes. So if I open GL bindings.rs, right? It did all of this. So sorry, mom, not now. We're here. So basically, it created all the defines. So in the GL enum is a uint, a boolean is a char. So we could have just typed all of these ourselves because it's just plain straightforward. If the target is macOS, yes, ARB we don't need. 32-bit stuff. So let's look for our GL clear. Well, it's just clear, right? So this is the clear type. I want the so somewhere in there it has a allow non-snake case. Yeah, OpenGL names are non-snake. Allow unused variables. Yes. Allow dead code. Yes, we generated them all and make it inline. So basically it maps the clear call on this to an import that is an external wrapper to the storage. So and that's just a function pointer, right? So we could just and then it does some magic, and then it basically calls the function with the parameters. So it created a minimal wrapper, and I want to see here. And then here's the definition of the clear, right? So it's basically wrapped. It's created a lot of boilerplate, and we could have just written this manually. But basically, this says, is it loaded? And that just checks it, and this just says loaded with this meta load function, which was defined at the very beginning, right? So the load function is just a load function that knows how to load stuff. So that's pretty straightforward. So if I go to the renderer now, and technically we could have multiple renderers and we only would need to load OpenGL once, but let's make the renderer own the OpenGL, right? So this is so basically this is, and then we just include it. So in the renderer, I probably want to put it at the end, and we renamed it to GL, right? So the problem is, I mean, you just saw this, right? We just need 4 functions right now, and we generated a 15,641 line file. So that's gonna be interesting. So this is the, so when we do the setup, I'm gonna do it in the setup, right? We say load with, and then the get proc address is gonna be interesting, because I'm just gonna paste this, and then window get proc address. Why do we ask the window? The window has nothing to do with it, right? I mean, if I look in Gluten, I'm pretty sure too many open windows here, so it's not going to get better over this weekend. So if I go to the documentation, and then I have a get proc address, I'm pretty sure they implement it. So Gluten, the context has a get proc address, right? But basically, so this is a DLL load, right? That has nothing to do with the context. So how do I put this? How do I put this? I mean, give me a second. I'm looking for an example. Because I rewrote. I mean, so let's open. So basically, what this does is help developer documentation. Basically, in macOS, that's CF bundle get function pointer for name, right? That's all it is, right? So if I make this bigger, we need the bundle. So we do a CF bundle get bundle with identifier, and then just say, hey, I don't know, apple OpenGL. And then we get the framework, the bundle out of that, and then we ask for the function in the bundle. And so this needs the bundle ref and the name, right? This doesn't need a context. And the bundle ref we are CF bundle get bundle with identifier. And that just needs a string, right? So I don't need the context to load the functions. They're just DLL calls. That's just dynamic binding. That has nothing to do with OpenGL at all. So in theory, I could say, I don't know, let framework equals cf bundle get bundle with identifier and just say and then just basically this is not the right syntax, but say com apple OpenGL, right? I could do that, but then we would tie ourselves into. So I'm leaning towards actually loading from the window and exposing this function, right? So if I go back to gluten, this has a get proc address, right? And we have the context wrapper, so we expose this interface. So okay. So we expose this interface in our window. It's just a helper wrapper that I'm not too happy about, to be honest. Let's put it here, right? We expose this in our wrapper, so this call now works. And actually this will reopen the DLL for every single function we load from it, and I think we'll load like 4,000, so we'll use this for now. To do maybe use cf bundle get function pointer for name directly. Maybe. But right now we expose this in the window. So we do have our window context, right? So we do have a context wrapper. So we just need to unwrap that, and we know how to do that, right? So where is the window context here? Window context here. So we could do this. We could do this. This gives us the context, right? And this windowed context. Oh, this is wrong. I missed one step. I know, but I want the compiler to tell me which step, so. Oh, we don't want to take it, right? I mean, what we want to do here is my favorite. So let's do match self dot windowed context and say the non case. We'll do in a second, and the sum window context. We'll do this, right? Wrapping the wrapper in wrappers. And this means we will have a mutable. I always say mutable. So, and this is basically, oh, now it gets interesting because this is null, right? So this is core FFI void. I think I haven't used core FFI in a while, so let's see context wrapper get proc address. I think there has to be a way to return a clear null. Self.context, and self.context is. Can you match case? Thank you. That's a context, right? So if I go back to the. Oh, context probably gives me a context, right? And then I can get proc address in the context. This is in the context now. I just want the source. Thank you. I want this one here. Okay. Okay. You want war, you get war. Core, what was it? FFI? FFI. Oh, come on. FFI, can I get the latest? Wow. Rust, core, FFI. I just want the docs. Yes. Void. Thank you. Oh. How do I create a null pointer? Rust core FFI null pointer. FFI and null pointers. Okay, we have a standard pointer. Does it need to be mutable? No, it's just so I probably can get away with standard pointer null. I didn't know that. Never used the interface that deep. So we could just use standard pointer null in that case, right? So if I go back into here, we just do standard pointer null, right? Part of the solution. It's probably unsafe to do that. Oh, yeah, it's a function. C++, sorry. Brain in wrong mode. Ah! Please unlock my system. Yes, thank you. Yep, that was actually the one I was looking for, because we need to borrow here, and we probably need to borrow mutable as well. Could have just told me in one go, but... So, if I do a cargo run now, it should load all the GL bindings on the renderer setup. So what we could do is here, well, here, right? We could just, I'm pretty sure they didn't implement debug for GL, and that's probably not gonna fly, or it will dump gazillion. Yeah, that doesn't work. What that means is here we can do a GL clear color r color dot g color dot b color dot a. So if I don't do the loading, let's not do the loading intentionally. Let's skip the loading. Obviously, it's an associated function. And all of this is unsafe, unfortunately, so... But this should say, hey, this function has not been loaded, go away. So this basically says GL function was not loaded. I mean, it would be nice to tell me which function was not loaded. It tells me the line number, so if I go to GL bindings 15124, thank you. I mean, export rust backtrace equals 1. So at least it's telling me now fish RS missed GL clear color. So this could probably do a stack unwrangling and say, hey, what was the actual function being called? Because it does know that the original call came from here. And this is the clear color, right? So it does know where it comes from. But this is good enough, right? So we get a crash if we don't load or the loading fails. So let's actually do the loading and see if it fails. So this works now. So let's actually do a GL clear here, right? And this needs a GL. We just want to clear the color buff a bit for now. To do clear other buffers, question mark. Let's see. So we're clearing the buffer. And as you see, the red value, I mean, if the red is very low, we get this bluish green, the cyan, and if the red is very high, we get the white. So let's actually go into the app now and just make this 0.5 just for the fun of it. So this is working with animation, and we can press a button to. So this is nice. We gonna remove this noisy debug here. We still don't have the flush or finish, so if I run this now, it's not blocking. The swap will be blocking, so maybe we don't need that. And it's running at a cozy 90 FPS. I'm not sure why it's running at 90. 90 sounds weird. Maybe we still have some timing issues to fix. And if we run release, so all OpenGL is wrapped now in the renderer, which is super cool. Which is super, super cool. So rendering a triangle is a bit more work. And I have no clue how to do a mixed buffer in Rust. I mean, what we could do here now is actually at least do a flush, right? At least do a flush. I'm not sure where this 90 frames comes from. It should be 60. But it seems to be consistently 90 frames. I mean, I'm not complaining, but... So if I do a GL finish here, it should block, right? It should block. Still running at 60. I mean, the flush here is nice for fencing. The finish I don't really need, because the finish will be basically done here. So what did our to-do say? Create a wrapper to access OpenGL functions. I think we have ticked that box. And access use them in renderer. So our game will have no idea that it's OpenGL. Our game will just use the renderer, right? Our game will just use the renderer. So this sounds like a good point to how long have we been doing this? This is 4.5 hours. I'm leaning towards. And the nice thing is, we don't have anything platform specific in this right now. This should just run on everything that does OpenGL 4.1, right? We use an OpenGL render. We don't use a GLES renderer. We don't use. We use an OpenGL renderer, right? So that's okay. So we added the GL generator to. We updated the README, the to-do list. We set up the renderer in the Windows setup. We don't tear it down. We just say we basically drop it, but that's fine. We actually do some rendering in the renderer. So clear frame buffer in Fiiish app render. That's this. Add GL bindings via generator. Let's see. Let's see. I have some not sure feeling about this. We set use GL in renderer, and renderer is right now a GL renderer, but we'll add a second one at some point. We use the renderer. We expose the get proc address. We can use that to load other stuff. This is basically the binding generator, and this is the renderer. So all of this is not here, but here, and I will paste that in the chat. And I think this is a good time to take a little bit of a longer break. And let me run this. Let's run this, and I actually, well, wrong screen. It opens the window on the screen where I have the mouse when it opens, which is interesting. Let's actually mute this channel for a second. I want to see if we want to rate. Well, okay, masses of people here, but who's online? Not really anybody. So, I will do one more thing. Where does that window title come from? So title is an owned string. Is an empty string, right? And here with title is self.title. And then we have a pub function set title, mutable self, title is a str, and that is self.title equals title to string. We could do to owned, right? And then in the Fiiish main, so basically the app setup gets the window. So yeah, that's nice. So the app setup can say this to do is gone, and we say window dot set title Fiiish rs, right? Oops, I missed a colon here. Do dum do dum dum dum. I don't see my title. Why not? Did I do something bad? Oh, yes, I did. Because we can't change the title of. So if at this point we already have an owned context, nice try to do if the window is already ready, open, fix the title. Can we actually do that? Does the windowed context windowed context of glium and of gluten documentation title set title, but I need the window for that, right? So how do I get the window from the context? So we have a windowed context. Yes, how do I get the window? So windowed context, I can borrow the inner window. So I could just do if mm, mm, this is not gonna fly. Yeah, maybe we want self here. Yeah, it will tell me it doesn't need to be mutable. And then we say ctx.window.setTitle self.title, and we just borrow here. Yes, please. So if we don't have a window yet, it will be used later. Oh, wait, it was a function, right? So if we don't have a window, we set it for later and use it there. If we already have a window, we change it. Fiiish RS. Nice. So, to do. In progress. Allow setting of window title. And we could do the same for full screen and fixed aspect ratio and stuff. So allow setting of window title. Allow setting. We set the window title here. Yeah, we can get rid of this to do here in the window because we just did it. Oh, that's better. We just did it and allow setting of window title, set window title. So allow setting is in the library and the actual set is in the app. So rebase, push, and let's run this. And I probably will run a version on Windows while you're not watching. I need a break. I desperately need a break. So thanks for being here. I'll do this all week long and we have a window context. So this is actually, oh, there's a crease in my, oh, what's new? I'll be doing this all week long, I hope. So please come back. See you later. Thanks and bye bye.